2. Ooh, a little bit of interference there. What's going on there? What's that? Oh, seems to be going now. Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody there? Hello, Molly. Can you hear me? One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two. Oh. Oh, here we go. Oh. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Two, two, two. Ah, that's because I've got that one as well. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. That's working fine. Okay. That's a bit of a worry. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay. Mhm. Oh, hello, it's Matt Cole again. Hello there. Hello, Molly. I've dialed back in again. Everything is fine here, so all the lights on, all says we're connected. And I called the BT loopback number as well, which gives us an idea whether this line is working. Everything's fine with it, and that was fine too. That came up okay. No, no. Is it connected to anything else at the moment? This line. Is this connected to anything else? You haven't tried to connect it up to the online stream at this point? No. Okay. I could try another number to come in on, but as I said, everything here is looking good. So, shall I try another ISDN maybe? If I come in on 6, I'll see how that goes. That's a different exchange as well. So, but that's bizarre. As I said, everything here, all the lights on the kit are working. As I said, I've tried the loop back as well to make sure it's. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll come in on a different number and see how that works. Okay. All right. We'll be a sec. Cheers. Bye. It's not working. Again. Okay, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. That is weird. Okay. Yes. All good. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah. So, shall I try going in on 8 again, or should you just stick on 10 for today? Just because that's the tech details I sent out, obviously, for the web stream and everything. But if you're happy to connect it up with 10, that's fine by me. Um, Only because the tech details I sent out rather, have ISDN 8 on them. But if you can connect us with ISDN 10, that's fine for the web stream. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Sounds really strong. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. I can hear you. Can you hear me? That sounds like a no. Can you hear me, Molly? Can you hear me, Molly? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Hello, Molly. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Can you hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah. 1, 2. Okay. Lovely. Thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I can hear myself coming back. Yeah. Hello, hello. Yeah. Yeah, hello, I'm Matt Cole at Canterbury this morning for Kent against Nottinghamshire. Day 2. Kent in a commanding position, 387 for 4. How does that sound? Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I've got Q. I've got Q. I have a feeling maybe the routing in the studio's not right. Not sure. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Yes. Yeah, I can do, yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning. Kent against Nottinghamshire. Day 2. Kent 387 for 4 to start. 54 for Jack Leaning. 42 for Harry Finch. They're in a great position. Okay. That's all a bit weird. And I've got Q as well now, which I didn't have before. I've got Q as well. I can hear the program feed, which I couldn't hear before. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so do you want to connect up the web feed and just basically do it as soon as you can, and I'll check it from this end to make sure it's all coming out fine. Yeah, no worries. Okie doke. I'll get myself settled and I'll give it a try in a few minutes. Lovely stuff. Thank you. But yes, he's going. So yeah, so Cookie's bowling coaches now taking over the direction of cricket after the season finishes. So yeah. Look, you know Simon at all from? I mean, obviously he was at Middlesex for. Yes, yeah. So. It's obviously a very strategic thinker, though. I think he was Hong Kong cricket before then. I think he might be director of cricket now. Dongle now, see if that works. I can't even check if the screen's working. Wi-Fi's not working, so. Well, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear us. One or two technical gremlins this morning, but hopefully hearing us loud and clear now. I'm Matt Cole with Dave Bracegirdle and former Middlesex and England batter Roland Butcher today for day 2 of Kent against Nottinghamshire. Kent resuming 387 for 4. With Jack leaning on 54, 42 for Harry Finch. There's a punch of gloves between the two of them. Plenty of runs in this pitch. Ball coming onto the bat very nicely yesterday. Interviewing Zach Crawley after his 158 at the end of the first day. He said he just thought there might have been a suspicion of turn in the pitch. Kent to put 2 spinners in for this game, both of them making their debuts. Svendra Chahal and Aaron Nijar both in the side. Nottinghamshire's excellent seam attack continuing. They were a bit unlucky yesterday. Not sure what Dave Bracegirdle will think. I don't suppose he'll disagree with me much. Who knows? So we'll start with Dane Patterson from the Nackington Road end. 2 slips in behind. So 387 for 4. Kent already have the 3 bonus points then. Just 1 for Nottinghamshire so far. Zach Crawley also saying they think 500, 550. It's a bat once game for them. They're hoping, see, putting pressure on Nottinghamshire when they come to bat. Hoping maybe for a bit of turn for their spinners as well later in the game. All that to come. It's very nice here today. Once again, bright sunshine. Mid-20s, I think it's due to be. Patterson bowls to leaning. Good full-length delivery, and leaning just clips that into the onside. There's no run. So 2 slips and going anti-clockwise around the offside then. Nasib Hamid is at cover, wideish mid-on and mid-off. Orthodox mid-wicket. There's a man at well, more or less a boundary rider, a deep mid-wicket or slightly square of that. Backward square leg as well. There may be a deep third, but the Frank Woody stand overhang is precluding me from seeing that. So here we go. It's Patterson to leaning. He gentle drive up to mid-on. There's no run. So ways of getting in touch today will go through, but any of our regulars on kentcricket@gmail.com want to tell me that you can hear us, that would be great. He said it's a bit of outreach today, so making sure you can hear us on the stream and indeed on the BBC web stream as well would be very handy. Here is Patterson to leaning, up to mid-off, and there's no run. Unfortunately, no Wi-Fi for us today, so we may be a little bit slow on the stats, etc. But I believe the cameras are working today, so I check, but I can't actually find the stream because of the lack of the Wi-Fi. How much we rely on these modern gadgets these days. But anyway, there we go. kentcricket@gmail.com. Hoping I can still get emails. That'd be lovely to hear from you. If you want to drop us a line this morning on any subject. But here's Patterson to leaning. And again, just clips into the onside gently. More as a defensive shot from a leaning to start. We're going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. Or preview day 2. Yeah, beautiful summer sunshine, I'd say, Mike, absolutely. I don't know if this is an Indian summer, but it certainly is lovely here. About to be around about 25 degrees, I think, in the sunshine. Kent are batting in the sunshine as well, making hay while they can. 387 for 4. They resume. A really good day for them yesterday. Zach Crawley returning from his England duties, 158 he made. Kent looking to bat on some more. If they could do it for the rest of the day, that would be great for them, just to build a big score and hopefully not to have a bat a second time, put pressure on Nottinghamshire, and then maybe wrap up a win. I'm being very optimistic on Kent's chances. Nottinghamshire bowled very well yesterday on a pitch which is giving plenty to the batsmen and not to the bowlers. So 387 for 4 they are here at the start of the second day. We're just coming to the end of the first over. Commentary continuing via the BBC Support website and app. Is that a wicket? It's not. Just a quick hold mic to see if it is. Not out, says the umpire. He's the one that counts. 387 for 4, Kent. So, yeah, just going down the leg side. There was a little bit of flash at the bat by Jack Leaning. Tom Moores was excited. The bowler was excited. Jack Leaning less so, and the umpire absolutely stoic at the far end. Is that Paul Pollard? Yep. It is in the full-length coat. Sorry, the full-length umpiring coat, I should say. Not out.
Yes, good morning, Matt. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it didn't look as if, certainly from here, he got anything on it. Yeah, we made one or two references to umpire Pollard yesterday and his attire, staying in the same digs.
Of course,
and had a little bit of a natter with him over breakfast this morning. And these ECB cameras they all have to wear now. Apparently Mike Burns at this end has got the slim light version, if you like. You can just clip on. But Paul Pollard has got one that sort of comes encased in its own gilet that he's got to wear underneath his coat. A right cumbersome piece, he said, that he's got to wear. He really doesn't need to be out there with 3 layers, but because of all the strapping and everything with this fandangled camera that the umpires have to wear now, he's it looks as if he's ready for a winter's day. Here's Fernando to start the second over of the day, and a little push and run. We get the first run, and Harry Finch, as he did yesterday, has got a nice understanding with Jack Leaning, just dropped it on the offside, took a single, and away they go. Had a natter also this morning. I've been a busy boy with the new signing, Fernando. Had a little chat, and we went with what we had yesterday, Asitha Fernando. He said it's Asia. So there we are. So if you hear us calling, or hear me calling him something a little different from what we were all day yesterday, Asia Fernando. Only the second time he's played cricket in England, came on a brief Sri Lanka A tour in 2017, and we did make one or two references to, I wonder how hot it gets in Colombo. But he said yesterday was even too hot for him. Here he comes and bowls this one wide of the off stump and through to Tom Moores. 388 for 4. We're in the 98th over. Bonus points, of course, can be accrued up until the end of the 110th. So Notts have got their work cut out anyway. But to get some bonus points, they need 2 wickets in 12 overs. To get maximum bowling bonus points, which at the moment seems unlikely, they need 5 wickets in 12 overs. Flip that over, Kent are 12 runs away from a 4th batting point, and they are 62 runs away from a 5th batting point. 62 runs in 12 overs might be a bit of a challenge. We'll see how they go. As Asia Fernando bowls a delivery which just jags away off the seam. It was well wide of the off stump, and Jack Leaning, the Kent skipper, who played beautifully yesterday, lets this go through to Moores. 2 slips.
Yeah, I was just saying that Zach Crawley last night, when I had a quick chat with him, had said they thought there was a suspicion of turn in the pitch, which would be good for their spinners late on. Asked that most facile of questions. How many runs would you like, Zach? I said, I know this is a stupid question, but he thought beyond 500, 550, looking at a follow-on target, puts the pressure on, means they probably don't have to bat again, which is much what we thought.
Very much so. Fernando. Umpire Mike Burns at this end. They're appealing behind the stumps, but may well have been some bat on that as it's deflected down to long leg. No, it is a leg bye nonetheless, but always angling down the leg side. 389 for 4. New ball was taken, I think, after 81 overs. I think they had one more over, then took it, didn't they, Matt, last night? So it was 15 overs old going into day 2 here. So still fairly hard, fairly shiny. Did just seem to do a little bit the last couple of overs in the day. Fernando now to Finch, who's on 43. Last wicket went down on 307. Finch pushes this out into the deep. Lyndon James will run round towards the scoreboard. Can't get there. Boundary, nicely timed. Thought potentially when he pushed it away there's only going to be a couple of runs, but got rather more on that than seemed initially. Now Harry Finch is on the cusp of a half century, although on the scoreboard they've given the runs to Jack Leaney, and that is definitely Harry Finch on strike, so they'll have to flip-flop that round in just a second, which I think they're sorting out now. They've got Leaning on 58 and Finch on 43. Finch, I think, should be on 47. .392 for 4. Fernando in, and Finch drops his hands, goes through to the wicket keeper.
Oh yeah, there's a bit of recalculation there. It's sprung up on the screen, absolutely.
It's early.
Finch, 58 for Leaning.
It's early.
In the old days, you'd be there with the rubber, wouldn't it, and the pencil.
The coal caps got to run out this morning, I see.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it warmer, but it's pretty dazzling, isn't the sun coming in here this time of day?
And I think we might even have had a miscount there from the umpires, because everybody just getting ready for the 7th delivery of the over there, seemingly, and somebody just mentioned to Mike Burns that he might want to call over and they could all swap round. So as I said, it's nice and early here in Canterbury.
Feels like that kind of day at the moment, doesn't it? just getting moving.
393 for 4.
Email from Kevin this morning. Great to hear from you in Abingdon in Oxfordshire. Enjoying the live stream. What more do you need, he says. Got my sandwiches and cool drinks. Wish I was there. Hoping to get to the last game before the summer ends. He says today we must go at 5 and over to get to 450 by 110 overs. I think, Kevin, I think I was saying yesterday that Kent just want to bat long here. They're not over-obsessed with batting points. And my point I was making yesterday about the sort of tweaking with that as they take a single fine square on the onside, Jack Leaning there, is sides look at the 16, don't they? That's such a bonus. You concentrate on the win first. Yeah. And occupying the crease for Kent is the important thing here.
Yeah, if you gave them the list of priorities this morning, getting between 500 and 550 or getting maximum batting points, it will certainly be the former. T says the stream's a wee bit wafty. Can't help you, T.
Is that the pictures or the sound? Who knows?
Wafty. That's a good one, T.
Patterson too. Finch has edged that one. Yeah, absolutely. Sticks his bat underneath his arm. No, he's followed that one from Patterson. Away swinger. And Finch's stay at the crease is over 47 for him. So a straightforward catch for Tom Moores. It was still low and to his right. But Finch, absolutely no doubt, didn't wait to see the umpire's finger there. Bat underarm, gloves off. And, well, those two not making the century partnership, but falling short. 87 between them has been a great partnership. I would love to have seen Harry Finch stay there for a bit longer. He comes off, and I think fans really have warmed to Harry Finch with his performance over this season when he's coming in emergencies for Kent, and now seems to be the the regular wicket-keeper for the end of the season as well. He goes for 47. Leaning has 55. Kent 394 for 5, losing their first wicket of the day.
Yeah, he'll do for me. Said it a time or two. I like the cut of his jib. Very impressed with how he played at Trent Bridge. Good tidy glove work there. Saw him again, of course, in the recent one-day cup meeting, and he's played very nicely. Here's somebody that most of the Notts contingent will know all about. Joey Everson coming in at 7. Good player to have coming in at 7, I'll tell you. Making his way out to the middle. Notts aren't particularly chopsy in the field. I don't think there'll be too many verbals slung the way of the former teammate. If there is anything, it'll be all good-natured and good-humoured. They all, I think, pretty much to a man got on very well with Joey. Another fine player, 394 for 5. Notts all very much looking forward to seeing the back of him sooner rather than later. Jack Leaney's come down, bareheaded momentarily. I guess it's a little bit of a relief when you can take the helmet off for a second or two. I'll have to put it back on in a moment. But Dane Patterson with his first wicket of the contest. Shared out yesterday, 2 for the leg spinner Calvin Harrison, 1 for Stephen Mullaney and 1 for Asia Fernando. Now Patterson with the 5th wicket, so Notts just 1 wicket away now from a second bowling bonus point. Does seem we didn't have the greatest of views of the 2 half chances that went yesterday.
Right. Here's Patterson then to the new man Everson. Clips that pleasantly into the onside. It's a good stop actually at mid-wicket and was racing away. Mullaney stops it but can't stop them getting through for a single. Bit of hesitation between Everson and Leaning as to whether they were going to go for that one. They did. Yeah, no alarms for them either. The scoreboard has that as a dot ball. They did run, didn't they?
They did run, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
But those that were better positioned than us on the Patterson one at backward point early on and the Mead one in the covers, both say there were drops that the fielders would have been unhappy to put down. They were really good chances.
So Patterson to Leaning, and that's straight back at the bowler. No run, 2 slips in at the moment. It's fairly, I won't say defensive, but I think even with this ball relatively new, there's not a lot in it for the bowlers. But I was just saying in my preview, I thought Notts bowled really well yesterday. Hadn't been given very much by the pitch and probably didn't get very much luck either. There were 1 or 2 that were going. Leaning got one, didn't he? I think that went absolutely through him and couldn't quite believe it. Missed everything in the top of the stumps as well. But they've stuck to their task and it's been easy for Kent to get away from Nottinghamshire here. They haven't really allowed that. This one's driven into the offside. It bounces off Hasib Hamid. He gets the body in the way as much as anything, and that's a dot ball.
The other feeling as well is that possibly the slips might have been a little deep. There were 1 or 2 that actually just pitched in front of either Clark or Harrison or Montgomery yesterday. But I think Rita made the point. You come in a yard closer and you're losing that, that split second to position yourself to take the catch.
Patterson then to Leaning, leaves that outside the off stump, and it's a good leave in the end. Through to Moore's end of the over, 395 for 5. First breakthrough then for Nottinghamshire this morning, and well, that's exactly what you want, isn't it? Opening overs to get a batter out. You don't want the 2 that are already set to get themselves back in and start pouring on the paint.
395 for 5. Notts are going to have to bat in kind. They're going to have to occupy the crease and score big runs whenever it's their turn. Kent will certainly be looking to get plenty more. I'd be more than happy, I think, to bat until tea time. But I think you made the point, Matt, didn't you? Get Kent 6 down, and potentially the lower order might have a little bit of work to do to really put a good number of runs on. A little bit of a tale about them for this particular match. Here is Fernando. Going to be bowling to Joey Everson, and that's a really good delivery from the Sri Lankan international. That one did just nip away. Good ball first up from Fernando to Everson there. Did well not to nick it. Clark at first slip, Harrison at second. Lyndon James down at deep backward point, almost round as far as third man. Matthew Montgomery in the covers. Brett Hutton at mid-off. They're the 5 fielders on the offside. On the leg side, mid-wicket, mid-on. Leg side sweeper and a long leg. Next delivery is pushed by Joey Everson up to Brett Hutton in the offside. Interesting that Notts have gone with Dane Patterson and Fernando this morning rather than Brett Hutton. Brett was a little expensive yesterday, unusually for him. Zach Crawley took a particular liking to him in the early stages. He did have 1 or 2 flights of fancy. 1 or 2 that certainly didn't go where Crawley intended, but found the boards nonetheless. 395 for 5. Fernando bowls again to Everson, and there's no run. Did he talk about that? You know, any sort of deliberate plan just to go out there and, you know, try and hit the game running, get into 5th or 6th gear straight away?
From Zach Crawley's point of view, yeah, I mean, just very much playing the same way as he did for England. He said, I said it seemed to be the same. He said, well, it's not broken basically. It's worked for me over the summer. Prepared to take risks and want to move the score along as well. So, yeah.
And he rattled along, didn't he? At the start of the day, well, throughout his innings. Out before tea for 158. That's pretty good going. 395 for 5 here. Fernando to Joey Everson. He's a defensive block to this delivery. Hamid comes in from the leg side, does the fielding.
He mentioned his dismissal as well, and I said, well, it seemed to be a stay at the crease, Zach, after. He said, I just couldn't believe it. He said, I'd hit the ball because Calvin Harrison's return catch. Yeah. He said that's on any other day, that's 4. He said, I hit it really hard. It's flying through long on, and Harrison's brilliant left-handed take. So yeah, it was not dissent, not even disappointment, just surprise from Zach Crawley. Just looking down the pitch, couldn't quite believe he was out.
Yeah, brilliant fielder, Calvin Harrison.
Amazing catch, yeah.
Fernando to Joey Everson, a play and a miss again. This has been a really good over from the Sri Lankan. 5 dot balls now, and every one of them has challenged Joey Everson right at the start of his innings here. Jack Leaning only added 1 to his overnight score. He's on 55. If you'd like to get in touch, we'll be delighted to hear from you. At Brace Cricket on the old Twittery thing, or X if you want to get in touch with me. I think Matt's got the emails running.
Yeah, KentCricket@gmail.com. I think I'm getting today's. Who knows?
I'm going to say there's not a lot running at the moment, but
it could be from yesterday.
There's Fernando. Bowls again to Everson. I think Joey Everson will be pleased to have come through that over unscathed. Good over from Fernando. A maiden. He's through 18 overs now. That was his 3rd maiden one for 68. Bowled quite nicely on his Nottinghamshire debut. His 1 wicket was sort of out of character with how he bowled for the rest of the day, because it was a leg side bouncer that was taken on by Daniel Bell Drummond, and he gloved it down the leg side, or maybe a piece of bat, but there was enough of a deflection to carry through to Moores, and it was clear to everyone that he was on his way.
Thank you to our early emailers. John, I think is that John from Valdal in Norway? It is. Great to hear from you, John. Listening and watching, loud and clear, he says. Fantastic. Great to hear from you too, John. Thank you. As Patterson bowls too. Leaning, clips that up to mid-on. A yelp from the bowler. But single taken Philip in correspondence to. I can see you and hear you. He says, sounds a little bit iffy though. Well, there we go.
You can see us.
Can't see us, I think. I'm hoping not from face to radio. Me, Philip, as you know, we've met. Sounds a little bit iffy. I don't know if that's the quality of the commentary or the sound quality, but he's listened to us a lot, so it's all relative. Stream is up, he says. Bit crackly. Much cooler at home than at the ground. Yeah, it is warm here today, although not going to be as warm as yesterday, so we don't want to overdo it. Here's Patterson outside the off stump of Everson. Shoulders arms through the wicketkeeper, no run.
Can you talk a little quicker, Matt? Because Kevin says the pictures are just coming or just happening before your commentary's coming through. So if you talk a little bit quicker, Matt, to catch up.
We have to be a bit careful because the other day we were ahead of the commentary using our psychic skills. So we have to rein it back in. Obviously, we know what's going to happen every ball. It's all scripted here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to reveal this too early, but it's a bit like the wrestling. You pretty much know what's going to happen. Yeah, all right, we'll talk quicker. Good point, Dave. As Patterson comes into Everson. That's a nice clip as well through mid-wicket. He's played around his front pad, and Patterson's a bit excited by that, I think, but he's got a single into the onside square leg. Fields Montgomery coming round from his position as boundary rider, forward a square on the leg side. Yeah, everything seems to be working. We can't see the stream, good or not.
Apart from the Wi-Fi.
Well, that's it. Yes, yeah. That's why we're asking. I was making sure. I said you get so reliant on these things. Certainly for the stats and that kind of thing. And obviously your emails. Oh, that's a mishit hook by Jack Leaning, which has ended up somehow at cover. I thought for a moment he was just going to top edge it thickly through to the slips of wicket keeper. He's looking at the toe end of the bat. Well, that's the answer. He's toe ended a hook out into the offside there. He's got very lucky, I think, Jack Leaning on that one. Yes,
yeah. Just a reminder, Matt, can't have you jumping with joy at every Middlesex wicket that goes down today with Rowland in the box either. 152 for 8 Middlesex at Old Trafford.
As if I would.
You were doing a little dance when they were 18 for 4.
It's a very tense situation. Oh, it's a great delivery from Patterson. That's hit, well, midships, I would say, for Leaning. Maybe on the thigh pad. Umpires checking with each other. It's definitely a leg by. I'm not sure what it's hit. Jack Leaning seems to be all right, though. But again, a great delivery from Dane Patterson at the far end. Leg by then, 398. 4-5, but it is a fascinating position, isn't it? With the, as you say, if you take it that Northamptonshire probably aren't going to be able to save themselves. Nottinghamshire not quite out of the woods yet in terms of relegation. They play Kent and Middlesex, so very much in their hands. But both these sides would be thinking, if we can turn over Nottinghamshire, perhaps they come into the mix. Patterson. Back foot drive from Joey Everson. That's a lovely shot. Haseeb Hameed, though, it's sprinting after. It's going to stop it. 2 runs. And Everson goes on to 4. The 400 is up for Kent. There we go. Still some work. I feel like a demanding schoolmaster here. Still more work to do, Dave. They're 400 for 5. I know that sounds great, but if they want to dominate this match, they're going to have to get 500 plus, I think, here. But doing well enough at the moment this morning, notwithstanding the loss of Harry Finch. 400 for 5.
Yeah, bonus point situation. 4 to Kent now, 1 to Nottinghamshire, although it's still showing us 3-1 at the moment on the board, but a 4th batting bonus point. We've had 100 overs, so Kent would require 50 runs in 10 now to get another final batting point. It'll be Everson at the non-strikers end this time. Might be a little relieved. He can have a look at Sia Fernando from this end, because it's leaning on strike. Well, not for long, because he's tickled this down to the long leg. I think there'll only be a single down there. Big heave in from distance from Dane Patterson. 401 for 5, the home side. And another sweltering hot day. Decent enough Monday morning crowd in. Cars wise, I think there's as many cars here as there were yesterday. I don't know what that tells us. Lots of spectators again have brought their deck chairs and opted for the banked area away to our right, or sat down under the trees at the far end. This cool part of the ground to watch the cricket. They'll see Fernando rushing in now to Joey Everson. Punches this into the offside, and there's Matthew Montgomery, the recent German international, doing the fielding.
Here we end up against Italian international on Grant Stewart.
Yeah.
Not in the 14, unfortunately. Nick was asking last night, I beg your pardon, I missed that one. So what's the gate today, do you know? As in yesterday. Dave said very similar today. It's not that busy actually today, but as you were saying yesterday, David, it is September. A lot of people have had the holiday with the kids and back to work.
Here's Fernando. Umpire at this end is Michael Burns. Wide of the off stump and hit forcefully by Everson. Not totally out of the screws, and Montgomery again will make the stop. He's about 6 or 7 playing strips away from the one that we're actually using for this game. 401 for 5. There was all sorts of indifferent weather up and down the country yesterday. We just couldn't believe that it wasn't a sweltering hot day everywhere. But I saw the Great North Run up in, obviously in the northeast.
Yeah.
Almost running through puddles, weren't they? As Fernando bowls edged short of second slip. It would have been more a third slip opportunity had there been one there. There wasn't. Harrison moved himself to his right, and again, just what I was saying earlier, the feeling is that perhaps the slip's just a little deep. Mike Burns just checking where Fernando's feet were landing. Been good again this morning, the Sri Lankan. In fact, it's a delayed start again in Cardiff, I say. They're playing the other 5 county championship matches, but Glamorgan, Yorkshire, delayed start in Cardiff. This one wide of the off stump, just shaped away again a little bit more. Middlesex 157 for 8 in Division 1 at Old Trafford then against Lancashire. Northants 217 for 5 at Edgbaston. They lost a lot of play yesterday due to wet weather in the Midlands. Gloucestershire 341 for 7 at Bristol against Derbyshire. And at Hove, the most advanced game of any of them in this round so far. Sussex were all out for 262 and Leicestershire 77 for 5.
Yeah, they've got an outside chance, haven't they, Leicestershire, of promotion. That's not going to do them any good.
Already through to the one-day cup final. Brighter days for Fox's supporters. Fernando to Joey Everson. Again, looking to target the stumps there, Fernando. Everson happy to treat him with enough respect just to block it. And it's the end of another really good over from Asia Fernando. 401 for 5. So we've now had 102 overs, 6 this morning. Generally the bowlers have been understandably used in short bursts. Don't think it'll be too long before we see Brett Hutton take over from one or the other of these. Lyndon James as well. Saw Stephen Mullaney bowling yesterday either side of lunch and picking up a wicket, and Calvin Harrison with his leg spin, the 6th bowler used. Here's Patterson.
Indeed, so from the far end, bowling to Jack Leaning. Just studiously deflects that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Dave's off to do an update, and Ronan Butcher will be next on the microphone here. Thank you very much. And I should get a microphone for Ronan. That's probably going to be good, isn't it? I mean, tech details difficulties notwithstanding, it is difficult to commentate without a microphone these days. I want to shout really loud across the ground. There we go. And here's Patterson bowling to Leaning, who defends the ball up to mid-off. And there is no run. 4-0 at 145 then. 2 dot balls to start. You can get in touch with us. We urge you to get in touch with us today. So on Twitter, or X, as it's now known, at BBC Kent Sport, at Brace Cricket, at Butcher_Roland. Is that right? We'll get the thumbs up. I think that's right.
Dave.
But yeah, I'll stick those out on our social media as soon as I can. Given that the post saying that Harry Finch was out has only just gone through, I think it might be a while. But do get in touch with us. kentcricket@gmail.com for all our regular listeners of Kent or Nottinghamshire persuasion. We are a broad church here, so whichever. Anyway, good morning, Roland, I should say firstly. That's the most important thing.
Yes, Matt, good morning to you. And what a marvellous day it is so far. Sun out in all its glory. Fans in first thing this morning. No doubt, majority being Kent fans, having had such a great day yesterday. They're hoping for better today.
Yeah, good start from yesterday's perspective. Certainly flicked off his pad by Jack Leaning. Is it going to go for 4? Fielded us really well to get there. Lyndon James, great sprint around the boundary and stops it with his right hand. Throws it back in. Superb fielding. Once again, Dane Patterson has his head in his hands, thinking, I don't know, maybe a candidate for LBW there, playing across his front pad, but great bit of fielding on the boundary.
Yeah, he did really well. Had to cover a lot of ground to his right down that fine leg. I mean, interesting whether we had the playback to see whether that dive had coincided with touching the rope.
Yeah.
But for the absence of that, it was a marvellous piece of fielding.
I have to say, yesterday he was very honest, was Lyndon James, about one where he knew he'd touched the rope as he fielded it, and there was a question from the umpires, immediately signalled 4. So I think on that basis I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But 2 runs taken to Everson, just to guiding that down behind square. 2 runs quickly taken here, and 406 for 5. Kent now taking 5 off the over so far. I was saying to Dave, had the opportunity to talk to Zach Crawley last night, and I think it's going to be his only game probably back with Kent after being with England, and then he's off to captain England in a one-day international series. But we're going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners soon, but he was saying batting on to 500, 550 is very much the aim here. Want to make sure that there's no way back into this game, I suppose, for Nottinghamshire at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's good thinking. Obviously, the pitch is a very good one at the moment, so he certainly would be keen to get that 500 plus back just the once.
I think certainly they've got 2 spinners in the side as well, Kent, hoping that there's some sort of degradation. We could see some footmarks there, but we'll see how that goes. I'm just going to do this update for BBC Radio Kent listeners. We'll resume the commentary very shortly as Asia Fernando, as we're told to pronounce it by the man himself, takes the ball. Impressed with him yesterday, his first bowl in English cricket. 406 for 5. Just wiping his hand on the ground. And here is an update for BBC Radio Kent. Coming off a shortish run. So he's not the tallest of men either, about 5'7" perhaps. Jack Leaning faces him, shaping away from him. Yeah, Kent have lost a wicket this morning, Mike. They're hoping to pile on as many runs as they can against Nottinghamshire on day 2 of this county championship game. Harry Finch was the man to go. He shared an 87-run partnership with Jack Leaning, but went in the 3rd over of the morning, caught behind following an away swinger from Patterson, just edging it behind to the wicket keeper. So he went for 47. Joey Everson, former Nottinghamshire player, has come out to join his captain Jack Leaning, who has 60 so far. Kent looking to win this one and to try and get themselves away from relegation trouble. They've got 3 games to go in County Championship Division 1, hoping this will be the win that perhaps will propel them away from the bottom 2. A dot ball there as it seems away from Jack Leaning. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Yes. 406 for 5, and Fernando getting some generous movement off the pitch. He's actually trying to tease the batsman with that away movement, mainly off the pitch, but that last delivery was pitched fairly well up to lean in, trying to tempt him into a drive, but he didn't play the shot.
Yeah, he bowled really well yesterday as well. Interested in your thoughts on that as Fernando comes to bowl to Leaning now. Again, as you say, generous away movement, but just was really impressed by how quickly he settled, because I know bowlers coming to the county championship from overseas internationals sometimes have trouble just adjusting, and this slope here at Canterbury is an issue as well, I guess, for the bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, I think judging by his run-up and action, you can see that he's very much an English-style bowler who looks to put the ball in front of the batsman with primarily movement away from the bat. But I can imagine why he settled so quickly, because he looks as if, certainly in Sri Lanka, he's done a similar job.
Yeah, good rhythm to start with. That's a good shot as well by Jack Leaning, and that'll be 4. Attractive cover drive. Nothing really wrong with the delivery, perhaps a little bit wide, but it's latched onto by Leaning. 406 for 5. Guess he's been watching the early movement from Fernando there, but that was a good shot.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot. It wasn't quite a half volley. He had to reach for it. It was just short of a half volley, but the nature of the pitch and the form that the batters have been in, particularly Leaning, he was able to adjust and hit it slightly on the up. More timing than anything else, but the placement was perfect.
Yeah, lovely shot. 410 for 5. 2 balls to go for Fernando's over here. As a cloud comes across the sun just for a moment, it's driven by Jack Leaning with some intent again, but up to Steve Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire captain, who stops it, just wipes his brow and wipes that on the ball, shining on the outside of his whites, and coming back towards said diminutive bowler, or these days it seems to be a bowler you have to be over 6'5" to make your way in seam bowling, but got some really good lift yesterday as well.
Yeah, you can see he's a very threatening sort of bowler, keeps the batsman always looking to play, doesn't give too many balls to leave.
Now to Jack Leaning, just adjust the shot Leaning there. I think he was going to try and play it at the offside, but just deflects it into the onside. Hasib Hamid with the stop. 410 for 5 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham, via the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball of every game in County Championship cricket across BBC local radio, and of course on the live picture stream, which gallery is up and running. You can get the pictures from the club as well with our commentary. Delighted to do it.
And 410 for 5, and that last delivery there, Leaning perhaps shaped to pull, and then at the last minute the ball didn't bounce that well, and it's going to be Patterson now who will start his run in. He's got 2 slips in place, in and bowls, and this delivery is driven through the offside. It's going up towards the point boundary. There's a fielder coming around, and just a single, but having to reach for that delivery, which was a little bit wide of the offside, but he gets a single, goes to 411, goes to 7, brings Leaning on strike. Leaning is on 64, having hit that boundary off that delivery that was wide outside the off stump. Feel well spread at the moment. There's now a first slip, perhaps third to fourth slip. Extra cover mid-off. As Patterson is in now and bowls, and this one is out as he flicks it tamely to mid-wicket, just coming back into the right-handed batsman and leaning, just chips it gently to the mid-wicket position. So Patterson gets another wicket there, and the sixth wicket goes down. Kent perhaps not kicking on as they would like this morning, really started the day in an excellent position, 487 for 4. Now find themselves leaning, caught by Mullany off Patterson for 64. They're now 411 for 6. He gets a good hand from this Kent crowd here, who appreciated this innings, but he would have liked to have gone on. I'm sure the fans would have liked him to have gone on. He would have liked to have gone on to perhaps register 100. It wasn't to be, and he's out in quite a tame fashion actually, having played so well, just chipped it gently into the onside.
Yeah, you can see his disappointment. He's just taking his helmet off there on the boundary and looking sick with the world at the moment. As you say, as captain, as particularly, I suppose, you want to take things on from there, but Kent hoping to get up towards 500 in this innings and more. It's a man with no number coming on. Kent have two debutants playing. It's Aaron Nijjar coming in next. There we go at 8. And I was saying to Dave yesterday, this looks quite a long tail for Kent as well. Nijjar's not a natural number 8 batter, I would say. Certainly not the strength of county championship sides these days. But I was also saying yesterday, I'm just really impressed how, and this is what good sides in the top division do, is Nottinghamshire have just really stuck to it when there's not been luck with the ball. They've bowled really good areas, I think, and just kept the pressure on a bit.
Well, yeah, if you can't keep attacking in and creating opportunities, the next best thing is you've got to try and keep it fairly tight. So, you know, they really haven't got any bowlers that can blast the opposition out. So once they realise it was a good pitch and batsmen are in good form, then it's about maintaining control, you know, and keeping the batters as quiet as possible. But they've chipped away, and certainly this morning they picked a couple of wickets, so they'll be quite pleased with that. 411 for 6. The jar comes to the crease. Everson on the 9 strikers in on 7. He's left-hander, so the field comes a little bit tighter. There's just 2 slips and a very deep gully there. Maybe he's just, as this first delivery is on the onside, and he works it off his pads up towards a wideish mid-on. Return comes into the bowler's end, and Everson having to dive to avoid being hit. Score stays on 411 for 6.
Just looking at his batting stats, well, I think I'd do him disservice actually. He's averaging 21, Aaron Nijjar. Played the 14 first-class matches so far.
Change in attack now, as Patterson's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Nijjar. He's in now and bowls. Now it's wide outside the off stump. Generous bunks, but so wide that Nijjar has nothing to do with that one. It goes through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. 411 for 6. He's bowling with 2 slips. I said that very deep gully. He's almost like a short third man, but obviously a catching position. Maybe they've done some homework on Nijjar and believes that's an area of weakness. And he's also supported by a cover point who's fairly square. He's behind square actually. So obviously fancying him playing the ball behind square, as this delivery is beating him outside the off stump. As Nijjar just plays down the wrong line, the ball goes through to the wicket keeper quite low, and there's no run. He's yet to get off the mark. It's 411 for 6, just to continue with that field setting. As I said, that very deep gully, sort of like 10 meters behind the second slip, and then there's a backward point, so really they believe the ball's going to go in that area. And then there's an extra cover, which is fairly short, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. As Patterson is in and bowls, and he's coming across there to a delivery that just holds its line, bunks a bit, goes out on the offside. No run scored. Over comes to an end. 4-11 for 6.
Aaron Nijar drafted into the Kent team after the injury to Hamid Kadri, Kent's off spinner, last week in a second 11 game. So comes on loan from Essex. Check his status, I think may even be a match by match basis at this point. So yeah, he's on loan for the moment, playing his club cricket in Minster, so not too far away from here in Kent. Force his way back into the Essex side. Runs here will do him no harm, I'm sure. As Everson faces Fernando, as that's clipped down, glance down to deep fine leg or long leg really for a single. No hint of him protecting the number 8 there. Nijar just going to settle himself at the crease. So he has no number on his back. It did feel like a late one. I was saying around that yesterday. Kent only announced their full squad at an hour before the game started, so I think they may have been still amassing or working out who could play, who couldn't play at that point.
So, I mean, what is the situation with Kent staff for them? Are they short of
so
players, injuries, or just a short staff?
Yeah, a number of injuries at the moment. So I think they were hoping Matt Parkinson, who's going to come on a full contract next year, might have been available for the last 3 games. That didn't work out. So it's turned into the onside and there's no run. So I think Yusuvendra Chahal came in for him, the Indian overseas bowler, so leg spinner in his stead. But yeah, the injury to Hamid Kadri caught them by surprise. Haven't got enough depth, I suppose, in the spinning ranks. And I think, although this pitch doesn't look necessarily prepared for spin, it's been dry for a long time, dry and hot. They thought, let's put 2 spinners into our attack. A little bit short the bowling ranks again. Yeah, right, they've got injuries there as well. Jordan Cox is out, we think, for the rest of the season. Kent will keep on his way to Essex next year. So this is deflected into the onside, and there is a single run. A bit of a shout from the bowler there as the jar deflected away. In addition to that, Sam Billings, the Kent captain, who's just been in wretched form with the bat in red ball cricket, had dropped himself from the 4-day side, was in the squad but wasn't picked for this game. We've not had any information as to why, but hoping to catch up with the head coach pretty soon to find out why that is. But so yeah, they're a little bit on their uppers as far as squad strength goes. Kent not with the resources to build a massive squad either here at Canterbury. It's Fernando. It's a miss-hit from Everson, but just thumps it into the ground and goes past the right hand of Fernando as he throws it up to try and stop it on the way back. So yeah, it'll be interesting if they're hoping to rely on spin and 2 players making their debuts for Kent as well. Perhaps they'll be instant stars, who knows. But going back to their squad resources, the last time they played Nottinghamshire back in July, they had 2 batters in on 1 match loans, Toby Albert and Ben Geddes, because of the injury problems they've had. So Fernando over the wicket to Everson. It's flicked that, I think. Has he got anything on that? No, it's buys. Not wide, it's buys. So 4. Moore's tried to stop it, but shows something of the pace of Fernando, I suppose, as well. He's generating pretty quickly.
Yeah, the direction wasn't good there. Really attempted in swinger, started outside the leg stump. Really didn't give the keeper much chance of saving that, particularly the ball was going down. It was coming low as well. He had to dive to his left. He made a good effort, Morris, but the direction of the ball ensured that he couldn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, it's absolutely beaten him there. So 417 for 6 here. Kent have lost 2 wickets. Nottinghamshire have taken 2 wickets this morning. It's a bit bat and pad. Fernando's hoping it's pad first, but it's just worked into the onside by Nijar. By Everson, and that's the end of the over. 417 for 6. Bit of movement again.
Yeah, I think that was missing actually. We were probably hoping the ball was shaping back, but looked as if it continued on its way. It's being clipped into the onside. But Everson, but he didn't get hold of it. Najar will take strike. And once again, Patterson will operate around the wicket, still with this field set on the offside in now. Balls in the jar, and he's edging it all along the ground, straight to that man at that deep, very deep galley. He does the fielding, and there's no run. The score stays on 417 for the loss of 6, and Knots just probing away, just trying to keep it tight, and at the same time get a couple of wickets. As Patterson, no great pace, he's in his 25th over, just steady medium pace. He's got 2 wickets in now to the jar and bowls, and that's down the leg side again. That's going to be 4 byes. And really, again, the keeper had no chance there. It bowled around the wicket. The angle is already going towards leg slip, and the ball moved across the left, behind the left-handed batsman. And Moores, he just really dived, really for the sake of diving. He was never ever going to get anywhere near that. So the score advances by 4, goes to 421 with those 4 byes. And the unfortunate thing is that those goes against the wicketkeeper's name. And really, those couple of deliveries, he had no chance. Patterson bowls in the jars forward, plays this one nicely in front of him, gets right out onto the front foot, drops it into the offside. Hamid comes in from that extra cover position, does the fielding. He stays on 1. The score stays in 421 for 6. Kent resuming at 387 for 4 this morning. Lost both of the overnight batsmen. It's Patterson approaches the umpire now and bowls, and the jar initially looked as if he was going to play that delivery, and at the last moment just pulled the bat away, and that one goes through to the wicketkeeper. Not carrying fully, just fairly low. You can see that this has been a good pitch for batting. You've got to be very disciplined in your bowling. Changing field now, mid wickets now being put out onto the deep square leg boundary, so just trying to get in the mind of the jar that there might be a short ball coming. But Patterson into the jar, balls down the leg side. This time Moore gets across, does the take. That one just outside the leg stump. He was flicking away, didn't move that much. Keeper was able to get across. Score stays 421 for 6.
See if the ground's filling up at all. A few cars coming in, people making their way in, but not the biggest crowd on a Monday morning. Just looks like Brett Hutton might be warming up his shoulders.
1 ball remaining in this over as Patterson bowls, and he's onto the front foot. Plays this one back along the pitch. Patterson does the fielding. Over completed, maiden over. He has now figures of 25 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 76, and at the end of that over, Kent of 421 for 6.
A tweet here, a post from FPL Tractor. Good morning all, he says. Enjoying you all instead of horrible histories and bluey as the kids are now back to school. There we go. Well, Horrible History is a great show, but there we go. I think FBL Tractor might be an Ipswich Town fan. Is that a possibility? There's a very blue tractor in his... there we go. And for people who don't know, I have a similar affliction from my youth, so you have my sympathies. Or maybe not at the moment. They're doing all right. Here's Hutton then, to bowl to Everson. And just plays that forward defensive. Brett Hutton, just seen him warming up for a couple of minutes. He's back in action. 50 plus wickets this season, but was treated with absolute disrespect by Zach Crawley yesterday, hitting 1 point for 4 consecutive fours in the third over of the piece. So his figures have taken a bit of a battering, but as Dave Bracegirdle was saying to us yesterday, this is that's unusual for Brett Hutton. Usually very mean with the bowling, guided down towards third man by Joey Everson. He'll come back for 2. And it's everyone's looking around checking their phones. I've got another one in my bag. we're commentating, if you can hear. It's 4:23 for 6 for Ken now. It's Brett Hutton then. From the pavilion, it's up a slight slope here. That's the Spitfire Ground, driven by Everson, but conservatively. It's stopped by Hamid at mid-wicket. He stops to look at the umpire, maybe swap a quick word with Aaron Najjar as well. Neither of these sides are particularly demonstrative. They're not ones to appeal for even deliveries they know aren't out to keep pressure on. Not much chirp out there, Dave was saying either. Don't think they'll get much from Kent either. So they tend to be quite a polite set of people. It's 4:23 for 6. And a drive again by Everson up to mid-off and stopped there by Fernando. So there's no run. 4:23 for 6. 1 for Najjar so far, who came in as Jack Leaning was dismissed. The 2 men to go this morning. Harry Finch, third over of the day, caught behind an away swinger from Dane Patterson for 47. Then Jack Leaning was caught by Stephen Melania. Such a straightforward... Well, Brandon Butcher obviously has a much better eye than I have. He was calling it out as it left the bat and was chipped to mid-wicket. So it was edged low by Everson, and I think that's hit the slip. It's like Calvin Harrison on his shin. But he's hopping around. Definitely not a chance. Dot ball.
Yeah, interesting field setting really for Hutton. He's got a second slip and no first slip. And that one just didn't quite carry.
Had a couple of occasions with that during this match already. Ball's not quite carrying. He's gone to an even wider position now, almost a gully now, as Everson reacts to that delivery from Hutton by playing it into the offside for a dot ball there. Bit of swing for Hutton, bit of movement anyway off the pitch. End of the over, 4:23 for 6 count.
Yeah, tidy first over there by Hutton. Just gentle medium pace really. Just a hint of movement away from the right-handed batter. Just inducing one edge, which didn't carry to the slips, but 4:23 for 6. The jar on 1. He's going to continue. Patterson. Yeah, he's continuing around the wicket. He's staying around the wicket. Patterson. He's starting his 26th over. The jar goes down as Patterson is in now. And both in the jar balls, and that's a short ball, and he's allowing that one to go through outside the off stump. That one pitched very short, allowing the batter to have just enough time to sway out of the way and allow that one to go harmless through to the wicketkeeper. 426 for one. Najar on 1, and with him Everson, he is on 10. He's been there for a little while now, Everson. He's not finding it that easy as Patterson once more. And this delivery is again wide outside the off stump. Much fuller delivery this time, but same result. The batter plays no shot, allows that one to go through. Seems a bit of a waiting game at the moment, just not trying to force the issue. Just this field, as you said, there's just the 2 slips and that deep third. Really along the gully line, he's now gone probably 15 meters deeper than the second slip. So hoping that Najar will slash outside the off stump at a short delivery as Patterson bowls, and again Najar just lets that one go through outside the off stump, showing good patience and allowing that to go harmlessly through to the wicketkeeper. I think clearly Kent are not going to be in chase of any bonus point. I think they've settled for a sizable first innings total. That seems to be very much on the agenda right now, than trying to chase bonus points and get him bowled out. 84 overs left in the day as Patterson right arm around the wicket in now and bowls, and this one's clipped in the air but bounces just in front of the whitish mid-on. Just coming across his stumps, Najar clipping that one quite firmly, but just bouncing in front of the mid-on. He stays on 1. It's still 423 for 6.
We were discussing that, the bonus point tweaks over the summer, that looking like the governing body were trying to encourage county sides to score quicker, but it still feels like the win is the thing for sides in this position. They want to build totals. I'm not sure how much encouragement it's been.
As this delivery is again wide outside the off stump, 4th of the over, that's wide, and the batter plays no shot, and maybe Patterson should just change his line, go over the wicket, try and run it across the left-hander just to see if he will play at one of those deliveries, but instead he makes a field change. Extra cover comes out. Immediately goes into short mid-wicket position, catching position. So Patterson once more with the final delivery of this over, and bowls, and it's hooked down to long leg, and it's gone for 6. Short ball there, and he's gone for the shot. From our commentary position, cannot see whether he actually hit that off the middle of the bat or whether it was a top edge, but it's carried all the way down to the boundary. So I'm going to give the batter the benefit of the doubt and suggest that he got it off somewhere near the middle, but that will do Najar's confidence a lot of good. The ball goes for 6, he goes to 7. That was the final ball of the over. At the end of the over, it's 429 for 6.
Yeah, some guesswork involved, certainly, in the as the ball disappeared there. Couldn't see the fielder or the trajectory of the ball, but Hutton now bowls to Everson, who just cuts it out towards backward point, and there's no run. Sorry, a single run, I beg your pardon. I got distracted there, Ronan, because I'm thinking about lunch now, and our orders are required, so. Or maybe not quite now. I'm going to have to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. It's all happening. It's all happening. And luckily Ronan's actually watching the game, because it was a single, 4:30 for 6, the sort of thing you need to know. Less about my lunch, probably. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners. I'll keep them abreast of the score as well. Hutton to Najar, defending that one. No run. Yeah, they've lost another wicket since you last joined us, Mike, as well. Captain Jack Leaning going to a pretty innocuous shot into mid-wicket, just chipping the ball straight to the fielder. Looked very frustrated when he came off. He made a decent innings, certainly, Jack Leaning, getting himself a good total, but wanting to take it on towards a century. Kent 430 for 6, Leaning making 64. 2 wickets to fall this morning. Kent really looking at 500, perhaps more here, to pile on the runs and hope they don't have to bat again, then to hopefully bowl Nottinghamshire out twice cheaply. At the moment, struggling just a little bit, trying to re-establish themselves. Aaron Najjar making his debut for Kent on loan from Essex has 7. Joey Everson, former Nottinghamshire all-rounder, has 11. Kent 430 for 6, and the commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So Hutton with his 4th delivery now of his over. It's a gentle drive by Najjar. He doesn't beat the fielder Hasib Hamid at cover. They got 2 men on the drive there for Najjar. Looks like they've done their homework on him, Roland, certainly in terms of the field placing.
Yeah, they have, but he seemed to be coping quite well with it actually at the moment. He doesn't look as if he's a total late order batter. He's quite handy. He's handled himself quite well.
I think you're right. Looks well organised here. I may have done him a disservice with saying maybe Kent had a long tail here, but we're keen to prove otherwise. He goes to the pull as he under-edged that. No, good stop actually from Moores, but definitely went for that shot. He's come out of his shell for that one and for the 6 we saw from the last ball of the previous over. Dot ball though. Just lost the flight of it. So going to engineer a change after this over, I think, and Dave's going to come in. I'm going to take the lunch orders. It's all going to be very exciting. Paul Downs in the back of the box as well.
Yes,
have you got your lunch order?
That was the call.
So. 430 for 6. I can be easily replaced, but someone of that quality, that's fantastic. Here's a man of that quality, Brett Hutton too. Najjar outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, end of the over, 430 for 6. I think Dave Bracegirdle is due to come in. Oh, he's still waiting for his update. Oh, there we go. We're all waiting on each other now. Thank goodness Roland Butcher's here. He's going to sort us all out.
Yes, and Kent just moving on. Haven't lost just the 2 wickets this morning. As I said, both of the overnight batters were pretty well set, and Najjar seems to be quite comfortable at the crease at the moment. He's offering good support to Everson, who's finding it quite difficult to get the ball away. It's a long time since he hit that ball through extra cover for 4. He is on 11. Score 430 for 6. Looks like we have a change in bowling. James is going to come into the attack, and Everson will take strike. You see the field at the moment. There's just the one slip in place. Fairly well packed one side field. There's a mid-on. The 2 catching mid-wickets, a straightish mid-wicket and slightly square, deep square leg, long leg. Then the offside mid-off extra cover point on the boundary, and there's like a 3rd slip as James right arm over the wicket to Everson. He then bowls and he's off the back foot, punching this one out to Hamid at extra cover. Can't score as Hamid comes smartly in, does the fielding. Score stays on 430 for 6. Everson remains on 11. Najjar on his 7s. And obviously with this field set in, that be looking to push the ball into the right-handed batsman to try and get him to play the ball eerily on the onside. Can't really afford to stray too much offside as James passes the umpire now and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Brings Everson right forward. He shows the full face of the bat. Ball goes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, they've got a leg side. 2 men on the leg side on the drive. They had 2 on the off, didn't they, for Najjar in the the last over. And, oh, what's happening behind us? He's been distracted. Is that an Australian batsman getting out? No wonder.
So Warner.
He's absolutely.
James in bowls, and this is worked off the hip straight to one of those fielders there at straightish mid-wicket. Can't score, he stays in 11. That ball just short of a length and forcing the batsman to just play off his body. 4:30 for 6, and as we looked, James is halfway through his run-up, approaches the umpire now and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Brings him right onto the front foot. Everson has to defend, and it goes out towards extra cover. Hamid does the fielding. Score stays on 4:30 for 6. His personal score stays on 11. Najjar is on 7. And it's good to see Paul Danton here in the box. I think it's only since last year, Paul, when I was here. It was last summer, actually. I was at Canterbury. James in and bowls, and this one is whipped away. He's going to get 4 runs there. Just taking the chance, the length of the delivery, and just whips it through the onside, wide of mid-on. And a welcome boundary there for Kent. A welcome boundary for Everson. He goes on to 15. The score now moves on to 434 for the loss of 6. And Dave, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. Butcher, sir. How on earth are you, apart from hot?
I'm doing well.
Hot.
It was just like this at Trent Bridge early in the season, wasn't it?
I can't remember the last time I was at Trent Bridge.
Well, you should
months ago.
You should remember, because
I know you were there, but it was months ago.
James in now, bowls, and good comeback delivery. Slight movement into the batsman, defended to mid-wicket, overcomes to an end, 4:34 for 6.
We'll continue that conversation in just a second, but you have important duties to do, so I'll talk through the next over while you catch up with Mr. Downton, and we'll get back together in 2 minutes' time. Roland Butcher won't be away from us for too long. Paul Downton just popped into the back of the box just to catch up with him, former Middlesex teammates, of course. 4:34 for 6, 2 wickets this morning, both taken by Dane Patterson, the not out overnight pair that held up knots for so long yesterday. Played really nicely. Jack Leaning and Harry Finch both dismissed this morning inside the first hour of play, both to Dane Patterson. So 4:34 for 6, Notts 2 bowling bonus points, Kent 4 batting points as Brett the Grunt Hutton bowls to the left-handed Aaron Nijar, who eases this into the offside. There's no run. Umpire Pollard has decided he can't see at square leg, so he's just traversing the ground, taking up a position at point, where clearly he feels he's got a better handle on things, able to see it a little better from that side of the ground. Here's Hutton in again to the Essex loanee, Nijar. Spin bowler, drops this on the leg side. Matthew Montgomery does the fielding, and there's no run. So unforgiving conditions, really. Fernando, the man from Sri Lanka, saying it was even a little hot for him before start of play today. Just gives you some idea of the sweltering heat we've got down there. Here's Hutton in again to the left-handed Nijar, who ducks underneath it. A couple of other Division 1 games going on, just to give you a feel of what's happening in those. Lancashire Middlesex at Old Trafford. Middlesex haven't lost a wicket this morning. They're 174 for 8. Sam Robson, the opener, maybe even on course to bat through the innings. He's got Toby Rowland-Jones with him, 174 for 8. And at Edgbaston, Northants, well, do they need snookers? Not quite, but they're in a lot of trouble. 223 for 6 against Warwickshire as Hutton In again to Nijar. He's got in a bit of trouble here, Nijar, the short pitch ball, and he's going to get 4 runs, or certainly his side are going to get 4 runs. It's leg buys. Now, what on earth did that come off? We'll know if it's the helmet, because the umpires, I'm sure, will intervene. Yeah, they are. So I think it was the lid, and it's ballooned over the top of Moores and run away for 4. And there will be a little bit of an intervention from the physio, the Kent physio. It's absolutely okay. It is quite right and understandable, and we totally take on board the fact that there is the need for anybody to be struck around the head by a cricket ball to be properly checked out, and that's what's going to happen now. The rest of the players, I'm sure, will take a drink on board. There is an update, actually. That Middlesex score, I've managed to refresh my phone, and it has refreshed. Middlesex 181 for 9. Sam Robson's still there on 77, but Roland Jones has just gone for 26, so it's 191 for 9 at Old Trafford. In Division 2, off for rain at Bristol now. They've started a little late due to the overnight weather there at Cardiff, Glamorgan, Yorkshire. Yorkshire 372 for 3. Shan Masood, the Pakistan international, is 134 not out, and George Hill is with him on 74 not out. Bristol, as I say, they're now off for rain. Gloucestershire 376 for 9 against Derbyshire. And in the other match at Hove, Leicestershire looking to get the win to keep the pressure on Worcestershire. Potentially it's going to be one of those two to go up with Durham. That seems most likely. Well, Leicestershire not helping themselves, or put it the other way around, they're being undone by Sussex. Sussex made 262, Leicestershire 93 for 7 in reply. Meanwhile, in the middle, you're not missing any cricket, and I don't think there's any reason to be overly fearful about the blow to the helmet struck by Aaron Nijar. He's out there, he's having a drink, he's okay. 4:38 for 6. Kent. It's another opportunity, of course, for the players to get a little bit of water on board, and nobody is denying them that. The 2 umpires as well, Paul Pollard and Mike Burns, eager to glug down some water. Matthew's come back to
I just thought I'd come back on the mic, and yeah, absolutely. I heard that another Middlesex wicket had gone down, so I thought I'd
come in and cheer.
I'd come in and say how sorry I was for everyone.
You're a brave man. There's 2 sea axes at the back of the box.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah. They're in conversation. They wouldn't have heard any of this. That's
dead and buried, aren't they, Middlesex?
They've taken it well, at least on the surface. We'll find out what happens off mic.
Is that it? Is that all you've
I just thought I'd come in and accompany you, because especially during a break, there is, as Roland is at the moment. A couple of emails have come in.
Yes,
there we are. Philip saying, I'm watching the live stream on the website. Looking at the shadows, he says the sun appears to be behind the bowler at both ends. Am I going mad? Though we haven't.
I think we're all going mad.
We haven't. Well, Philip, I don't want to make any judgments on that. I think it's fair to say no would be the answer.
Hutton to Nijar. Of course, this over is to be finished. This one outside the off stump after that lengthy delay.
It's very high in the sky. Is probably the answer to that.
They have 2 suns down here.
Yeah. I mean, it's Kent, we can afford it.
No Wi-Fi, but you can afford the...
Yeah. Have you any idea how much it costs to get a separate sun in? There we are. So Phil, I take your point. No, it's high in the sky though. The sun.
Next delivery is helped down to the long leg for a single by Nijar, 439 for 6. Until this week, or until came down here really for the one-day cup match 2 or 3 weeks ago, I thought there were only parts of Devon and Cornwall that were still experiencing difficulties with getting connection to some of our major networks, but Canterbury is an entity all to itself.
Yes, an email from Kevin, which apparently I got in 2013. That's finally come through to us. He says, I do hope Kent don't go down by 1 point. Playing like this, they've lost their 2 wickets, might have attacked a bit more. Also, the weather may play a part with the forecast for the next 2 days. But I would say, Kevin, in Kent's defence here, Nottinghamshire are bowling well at them as well.
Yeah, they've scored at less than 4 and over all the innings. Yeah. You can't suddenly expect 7 and 8 or whatever it was to go out this morning, 6 and 7, to go out and suddenly go at 6 and over.
What I'm saying is I'm not sure if Jack Leaning and Harry Finch had been throwing the bat that things would have been better or lasted longer.
Lyndon James from the Nackington Road end bowls to the man with no name. That's Aaron Nijar. He's got a plain Kent shirt on. They'll know him in future if he sticks around and makes a good score here, or he takes a lot of wickets in this match. Gets his 9th run, 440 for 6.
Yeah, I did him a disservice. He's averages 21 in first-class cricket, but just the 14 games so far.
I say he's not played many games.
No, that's been trying to break into the red ball side for Essex. Isn't easy with Mr. Harmer at Chelmsford and Critchley there too now.
Everson back on strike. Drives into the offside, well stopped by Brett Hutton, diving down to his left. Last thing you want when you're going to bowl at this end as well, but a good stop from Brett Hutton. Hard to think that it was only the start of last season that saw Joey Everson get his only first-class 100 for Nottinghamshire down at Hove. Seems to be rather more than last year. Of course, a lot happened last year. Began the season with Notts, ended it here with Kent, and indeed ended it with a man of the match performance in the one-day cup final. It seems to be longer than last year since he left Notts. Nijar drops this on the leg side, fielded by skipper Mullaney, who took a catch this morning. I might even have been 50-50 even today to have taken that one. It was just chipped gently to him, wasn't it, by Jack Leaning.
Yeah, I was saying Roland Butcher as soon as it had left the bat, and that's out, he said. Yeah. But yeah, it was a chip into the midriff. Looked very disappointed.
Lyndon James in once more. Bowls to Nijar. Not under a great deal of pressure here, is he? Just pushes it out into the offside. We've not seen any spin yet this morning with Calvin Harrison, who picked up 2 of the wickets yesterday. It's actually gone for more than 100. I was a little surprised at the end of the day. That sort of took me a little bit by surprise. We obviously talked about this and that and t'other throughout the day, but when I looked at the figures at the end of the day, I hadn't realised that, I don't think we mentioned it on commentary, that Calvin had gone for 100. But he had a pretty good day nonetheless. Bowled well, took 2 good catches. Next one is through to Moores, and they're claiming it and it's out, and Joey Everson goes to his old mate, his old chum, Lyndon James. Tom Moores with another catch, his 3rd of the innings. Everson going for the pull, and the short delivery, and whether it was a top edge or a bottom edge, there was an edge, and it's gone through to Moores, and Joey has to go for 16. 442 for 7, and Notts have now picked up 3 wickets this morning, all from the far end. 2 to Dane Patterson, and now Lyndon James as Everson departs.
Yeah, it looked like he got a bit of glove on that, didn't it? Through to the wicketkeeper, certainly looping through to Moores, and not a difficult catch for Tom Moores. And I think this is do you want to be one-eyed about this? I think this is a good fight back from Nottinghamshire as well, and just probably recompense for what they did as much yesterday for me, Dave, as anything, is they just have bowled well. 1 or 2 deliveries obviously going a little bit astray, but otherwise areas have been great. Kept the pressure on, not let Kent get away here. Could easily have been at this point 500, 550 plus if they hadn't bowled as well. Nathan Gilchrist comes out next though, and Kent, I still think, I mean, we are not that far advanced in the game in terms of time, are we? And Notts can get themselves on parity if they can bowl them out for around about 450. They're in this game.
It's going to take some doing, Matt. At 442 for 7. I'm not saying it's impossible, but
yeah.
Kent can still get 500.
Sorry, 442. Yeah, fair enough. That's But say 475 with the time elapsed already. Score a bit quicker.
I think it would be a pretty dramatic turnabout of events if Kent end up losing this fixture from here on in. They certainly shouldn't lose it from a position of 442 for 7.
Perhaps I talk from trepidation from previous experience.
Well, we've all done that. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some Nottinghamshire supporters saying, "Oh, we'll be following on by tomorrow morning," and all the rest of it. We've all heard it before. Here's Lyndon James then. The new man is Nathan Gilchrist. We're 17, tall right-hander, medium fast bowler. This is run to backward point. No pressure at all on him. No fielders there. So an easy single. He's off the mark. 443 for 7.
Yeah, he's not bad with the bat. He had a terrible run a couple of seasons ago, Nathan Gilchrist, when he was approaching some sort of world record for consecutive ducks, but he's a better batter than that. And yeah, bowling wise, they're just delighted to have him back fit, to be honest. With the departure of Matt Milnes to Yorkshire, really hoping that Gilchrist show the promise that he showed at the end of last season and perhaps lead the attack, but he's been blighted by injuries. Has that bit of extra pace, Dave, as well, which, as we know, can bear dividends.
So who's missing from the seam attack? There's Matt Quinn not playing in this game.
Yeah.
Grant Stewart.
Yeah.
We saw the youngsters Jazz Singh and Arafat Boyan up at Trent Bridge. There's Hutton. Do you want to take over?
Why not? As Gilchrist pushes it back to the bowler. Yeah,
you said you'd keep me company for a moment, but this moment has
Well, you're saying I've done no work, is what you're trying to say.
This moment has now become 20. Well, I know you'll have your timesheet to fill in at the end of the day, how many minutes you've done. You might as well...
Well, we'll do something when I'm here. Yeah. That's fair, entirely fair. So yeah, no Stewart, no Quinn, and then I suppose no overseas bowler either. Agar was here in the season, Arshdeep as well, as Hutton bowls to Gilchrist. It's a nice flick off his pads, and that'll go down for a single.
And you were due to have a New Zealand international playing this game, weren't you?
Yes, sorry. So Ben Lister. So yeah, I mean that was.
Has he played for Kent?
No. So he was going to be here for the last 3 games, and then Adam Milne got injured for New Zealand. He's in the squad but not playing, which is doubly irritating for Kent fans, obviously, as they've lined him up for the final 3 games, the left-arm seamer. So yeah, he's not playing either. As you say, no Arafat in this squad either, or Jazz Singh, as Hutton bowls to Nijar, plays and misses at that one. No great excitement, just got inside the line, through to the wicket-keeper, ends up on his in his backside more, taking that. But stopped it, that's the important thing.
It is, they've not all been stopped, and there's a growing tally of byes, but they've not all been his fault. There's been 1 or 2 today that he couldn't have reached with a step ladder. Those that swung away.
As Hutton bowls to Nijar and is swung away for a single.
There was one from Fernando that went for 4 byes that he really had no chance with, and another one from Dane Patterson that was from round the wicket, speared well wide of the stumps, and away it went for another lot of 4 byes. So growing tally there. There were a 4 and a 2 from Stephen Mullaney yesterday that completely beat everything. Beat the bat, beat the stumps, beat the keeper.
So driven by Gilchrist, back past the bowler, no run.
So we're down to numbers 8 and 9. Yuzvendra Chahal, the Indian international, and Michael Hogan. That doesn't sound right, is it, Michael Hogan? The former Glamorgan Aussie, to bring up the rear.
Yeah, he may come in at 11, it's possible. There's Hutton then. 2 in on the drive on the onside for Gilchrist. That sort of, well, straightish or shortish mid-on, almost next to the stumps. And Hasiba Mead there, but it's defended by Gilchrist back at the bowler for the end of the over. And it's 4-4-5 for 7.
Had 18 overs so far this morning. Can't see the over 8. Does it say? No, I can't see it. Where Nottinghamshire were.
The over 8, beg your pardon. Is it?
Was it underneath the time?
It is under the time, so I think it's. It might even be +1.
Yeah, I think it says +1, believe it or not.
Your eyes are better than mine.
Lyndon James from the far end, the Nackington Road end, bowls to Aaron Nijar. Blocks this one out as far as Joe Clark, one of the floppy sun-hatted brigade in the covers. 4:45 for 7 here at glorious Canterbury. Really, really hot. James, as always, wearing a long-sleeve shirt, round the wicket, passed on by Pollard. Bowls, playing a miss from Nijar. And Tom Moores again has to take it very, very low down. Talked earlier about a slight suspicion yesterday from one or two spectators that not just seemed to be a little deep in their with their slip cordon. I guess there's nobody there in the slip cordon at the moment, but I guess they take their lead from where Tom Moores stands. But there's been plenty that have died on the keeper and the slips. As James in once more. Round the wicket, bowls. Nijar works it to leg, fielded by Montgomery. And there's no run. It remains 4:45 for 7.
Literally, what kind of sandwich was it?
11 runs to
going back to a previous career as maitre d'.
Aaron Nijar.
Just the normal stuff. So the chicken, cheese, ham. They're going to go to Sainsbury's to get the
James.
Chicken's fine. There we go.
Bowls, edge. Tom Moores has spilt it. It was a difficult one. Dive to his left, got one hand to it, one glove to it. Couldn't hang on. Was always second favourite there, Tom Moores. On another day that would have stuck, but a chance, a life on 11 for Aaron Nijar. And Lyndon James could have had wickets in back-to-back overs. 4:46 for 7, could have been 4:45 for 8. Nijar getting a life. Brings Nathan Gilchrist back onto strike. Slip has gone in for him, Harrison. And this is pulled away up into the air. Can Fernando get there? He can't, but Brett Hutton can. And it's taken. And Notts have the wicket, and it's the wicket of Gilchrist. So Lyndon James gets his wicket. Wasn't Nijar. Could have had a wicket the ball before, but not too expensive. And it's 4:46 for 8. Gilchrist has gone for an ambitious pull. Looked very much as if Fernando was going to be the one, and then he found it was going to be closer to Brett Hutton, left it alone, and Hutton takes the catch. So Gilchrist has gone for 2. Gilchrist caught by Brett Hutton at mid-off from the bowling of Lyndon James, who, quick as a flash, has 2 wickets to his name. So 4:46 for 8, Fourth wicket of the morning for Nottinghamshire. Sammy King dragging the drinks out there once more. We'll have to see if it is going to be Hogan or Choal who comes out at number 10. It's going to be Hogan on his way out to the middle. So Yuzvendra Choal will be at the bottom of the order. This morning Kent began at 387 for 4, so they're 59 for 4 this morning, and that certainly represents a good hour and a half for Nottinghamshire. 59 for 4, 2 wickets to Dane Patterson, 2 to Lyndon James. All 4 wickets this morning have actually fallen from the Nackington Road end. I don't necessarily think there's too much in that, just a quirk of statistics. Cannot go bang bang and get back to the relative cool of the dressing room. 446 for 8. You missed all sorts of happenings there, those 2 deliveries, Matt. A drop for Nijar and then a wicket. 446 for 8 is the score.
And Michael Hogan, I think I heard word from the boss. Oh, that's a promotion for Michael Hogan to 10. So I'm not sure what we're expecting from Yuzvendra Chahal. But might have fun while Michael Hogan's in at least.
There's Lyndon James then, trying to make it a short stay, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Very close to midday. We're both going to have to do updates for our respective radio stations. Are you all right there, or do you want to come here?
I'm going to do the gentleman's excuse me if that's all
Okay.
right. So bear with us, ladies
Yes.
and gentlemen. You'll hear effects in the background, so we won't leave you completely with no volume whatsoever. Days off to update the good people of BBC Radio Nottingham with the latest from here. We'll do the same for Kent in just a second. And that first ball, Brett Hutton sticking a little bit short. It's a swing and a miss from Aaron Najjar as it goes through to wicketkeeper Moores. And a dot ball, 4-4-6 for 8 then Kent here with the departure of Nathan Gilchrist. So Hutton bowls, and again it's a swing by Najjar. He's gone for the bait and he's been caught at long leg. I think that might be Sammy King, the sub-fielder. And Aaron Najjar goes for 12. And Kent's innings looks like it's not going to be long for this world, as Najjar definitely took the bait from those 2 short balls. This one he did connect with, and it's caught on the boundary. And coming back out then is, or coming out for his first bat for Kent will be Yuzvendra Chahal to join Michael Hogan at the crease. Najjar goes for 12. Caught off the bowling of Hutton, who has his first wicket of pretty damaged figures, I think, there. And 4-4-6 for 9 then. So losing 3 wickets for 4 runs. Chahal gets a warm round of applause. Kent would have liked more than this, almost needless to say. Felt to me like a 500 plus pitch, certainly from the start they had. And his exploits yesterday, but it's falling short perhaps, but we don't quite know what this pitch is going to do, obviously, when Kent come to bowl on it either, so as the old saying goes, you never quite know what the pitch is doing until you've seen both sides bat on it. Thank you for all your messages this morning, so we have been slow getting to them. We've had well, no Wi-Fi in the box here, so well, the signal, the mobile signal's not terribly good here at Canterbury. They go into details, but here's Hutton then to Chahal, who propels it back past the bowler. There's a slip and a gully in, a sort of second, almost third slip. I think that's Calvin Harris, and then a man at gully as well. Is that Joe Clark? Under the floppy hat, two of them under the big white floppy hat. So Chahal driving it back past the bowler for his first ball. But for a dot ball, oh, shapes away as he edged that. He immediately walks. He has gone. That's 2 wickets in 3 balls for Brett Hutton to wrap up the Kent innings. And Yuzvendra Chahal actually jogging off the pitch at the end of the piece. And almost procedural for Brett Hutton, nicking the man off at the end. Gone for none. 2 in 3 balls for Hutton. And a bit of a tumble of wickets for Kent. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners as they come in here. Yeah, there's been a flurry of wickets, which is not good for Kent. They've just been bowled out for 446. Sounds like a lot of runs, but with the start they had yesterday and 387 for 4 overnight, really should have gone on to 500 plus, you think, on this pitch. Nottinghamshire have stuck to their task really well. Their bowlers have done well too. Today the men to go, Harry Finch for 47 and Jack Leaning for 64. Those two are combined for an 87 partnership for the 5th wicket, but then a real tumble of wickets from 441 for 6 to 446 all out. Everson going for 16, Gilchrist for 2, Nijar for 12. Chahal lasted just the 1 ball and has just exited the scene. So Kent 446 on the board in their first innings, missing out on the final batting bonus point. They're struggling to beat relegation in these last 3 games in the county championship. I wonder if that point might be costly at the end of the season. We hope not from a Kent point of view, obviously. Commentary will continue in around about 10 minutes time when Nottingham's coming out to bat for the first time this county championship match via the BBC Sport website and app. So the players coming back out to the middle here. Kent's bowlers and fielders, of course, and Nottinghamshire opening pair of Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid. 446 all out then, Kent, in the end. Lost their last 4 wickets for 4 runs, and 57 for 6 this morning. Not what they wanted at all. Wanted a more imposing total, but Nottinghamshire come out now to bat with some work to do in the sunshine. Conditions haven't altered during the 10 minutes we had, of course. And Matt Cole alongside me, former Kent and England batter Ronan Butcher. We tried not to earwig on any of our conversations with Paul Downson. We know matters being discussed at high levels there, but great to have you back. And I don't know if I'm setting Kent too high a task there, but 446 from where they were at 387 for 4 this morning feels a little bit undercooked, a little bit low.
You're absolutely right. I think they'll be very disappointed with the overall total from the overnight 387 for 4. They would have certainly hoped to have moved beyond the 500 mark with 2 batters set. But giving not some credit, they stuck at their task and they were able to dislodge those 6 wickets this morning.
So first ball of the Nottinghamshire innings, it's faced by Ben Slater, bowled by Michael Hogan, and to say even for Michael Hogan that felt like a fairly gentle jog into the crease. Just
it certainly was. It's a nice gentle delivery to get first up.
So Slater's treated it with some caution, and has played it back up the pitch for no run. Saw a tweet, I think, from Durham Cricket saying that they had been promoted to County Championship Division 1, so presumably that's a bonus point thing as Hogan bowls again to Slater, defends it and there's no run.
Much better delivery, that one on target. Kept a little bit low, but perhaps well defended.
Feels like a man that's perhaps taken a few weeks, well, I won't say a few weeks off. He was coaching with the Kent One Day Cup side, but just feeling his way back in. Michael Hogan over the wicket from the Nackington Road end, bowls to Slater, edges and gone! Second slip, and Kent immediately have a victim. Slater's looking back down the pitch. I'm not sure quite what he's expecting from the umpire, but Jack Leaning takes it low. It's a really good catch. And Nottinghamshire are none for 1. Hogan strikes. We were saying how relaxed he looked coming in. He'll feel even better now. Third ball of the innings. Ben Slater gone for none. Caught leading bowled Hogan.
Yes, a much better delivery there. And short, a bit more bounce, a little bit more effort. And just edged away into the slip position, and a nice catch taken.
So yeah, Ben Slater with a bit of a hold at the crease there, but maybe again it's disbelief or just sheer disappointment getting out. It's got a century against Kent in the reverse game, the last game both of these sides played in the County Championship, but he has gone. So Slater caught leading, bowled Hogan for none, and I think it was jokingly Dave Bracegirdle said how many down before lunch, and I was going to reply, don't try and jinx it the other way, but none for 1. Great start for Kent, and just edging in away swinger. 2-second slip. And a good low catch. And again, skipper. Sounds like we're all getting messages at the moment. Does that mean something very important's happening? Sports Extra coming to us. There we go. I should have known. Five Live Sports Extra listeners, welcome to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. And just reacting to the departure of Ben Slater, third ball of the Nottinghamshire innings, caught low at second slip by Jack Leaning, and away nipper from Michael Hogan. Steve Mullaney gets off the mark immediately, the Nottinghamshire captain. I'll get the counties right. 1 for 1, Nottinghamshire then here. After 4 balls that are applied to Kent's 446 all out. We were just discussing before you joined us on 5 Sports Extra that Kent at 387 for 4 overnight, being bowled out for 446. 57 for 6 they lost today, and 4 wickets for 4 right at the end of their innings. So would have been disappointed with that, but very much excited by taking that early wicket, getting rid of Ben Slater, who scored a century against them in the reverse fixture of this, where Nottinghamshire won handsomely. The last game that both these sides incidentally played in the county championship back in July. So 1 for 1 Notts in reply to Kent's 446. That included 158 for Zach Crawley yesterday. Also yesterday, Daniel Bell-Drummond with 60. This morning, both Harry Finch and Jack Leaning were dismissed early. They put on 87 for the 5th wicket yesterday and this morning. Finch for 47, 64 for Leaning. Hogan's coming towards the end of this very first over of the reply. Hope that's giving you the picture here to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, left by Hasib Amin through to Harry Finch, the Kent wicket-keeper. The only thing I'll to tell you is that a decent crowd here. Not exactly packed to the brim, but lovely sunshine, and hoping for that all day here. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me, former Kent and Middlesex. That's Kent and Middlesex? Middlesex and England batsman. I'm getting myself wrapped up here. Roland Butcher. Roland has said I was being slightly critical of Kent for losing so many wickets so quickly at the end of their innings, but very encouraging signs. First over for them.
Yeah, the perfect start after a couple of gentle deliveries. Eventually got one in the right area, just getting an outside edge, and Slater finding man at second slip. So not a great start for Notts. Gilchrist will start.
Yeah, a bit of extra pace from Gilchrist, certainly compared to Michael Hogan, who we were almost joking came in very gently for his first delivery, but well, whatever works you, it certainly did for Michael Hogan.
Yep, 3 slips in place as Gilchrist runs away from us with number 17 on his bat, and he bowls. And that first delivery, bang on target. And Mullaney comes forward, defends the ball. Out on the offside, goes out to extra cover. And there is no run. Nice bit of a shape on that delivery. He's slightly running uphill here. He's got 3 slips. He's got a cover point. He's got extra cover mid off. Mid on, mid wicket. Man down on the long leg boundary. He's in once more, right arm over the wicket. And this delivery is stroked to the left of extra cover. Can't score. Nice solid defensive push. And it's well taken, a no ball call. So score moves on to 3 for the loss of 1, and that wicket went down off the first over of this innings as Gilchrist comes in and bowls, and just short of a length, and he stands up straight. Mullaney just defends the ball out to extra cover, can't score. Hamid stays on the non-striker's end. He's yet to face the delivery, just waiting patiently, having watched the loss of the first wicket. Gilchrist, quite a tall man, he's well built. In now and bowls, and that's cracked away through the offside for 4. So that's the first boundary of the innings to Mullaney, short and wide. Gets on top of it, and hits it square the wicket and out to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, indeed, just a little bit loose from Nathan Gilchrist. This is just his second county championship match of the summer. He's been absolutely blighted by injury. Played a bit in the One Day Cup, but coming back into 4-day action, and that game was the third game of the season, I think, back in April for him as well. Much hoped for the young fast bowler to kick on from some really promising performances last year, but
let's see how Gilchrist responds. He's approaching the umpire now and he bowls, and that's goodish delivery. Strikes the batter top of the thigh, but clearly missing the stump. Sort of a faint appeal by the field inside, just really expecting something to happen, but not a real appeal. And score stays on 7 for 1. Mullaney on 5. Hamid yet to get off the mark. Knots in there. First inning 7 for 1. Gilchrist in bowls, and he's met solidly defended up to mid-off. Nice solid shot, that ball on the off stump. Comes forward and stroked it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
yeah, struck a painful blow, that previous delivery by Gilchrist with Steve Mullaney.
Yeah, and I think Kent, who said it, will be very, very disappointed with this morning's effort. Gilchrist in now and bowls, and that's worked into the onside. He won't get a single here as mid-wicket moves quite smartly to his left. The over is completed. That's the first for Gilchrist. At the end of the over, Mullaney is on 5. Hamid yet to get off the mark. Knots in their first innings in reply to Kent's 446 all out. They're 7 for 1.
So yeah, great start with the ball for Kent, but Mullaney looking to settle in now. Asib Hamid at the other end, yet to score for the 2 deliveries faced. As the field just changes over for Asib Hamid at the end of the over as well. Michael Hogan, 1 for 1 off his first. And striking with that third ball. Here he comes now to Hamid, who leaves it outside the off stump and goes off for a little walk towards square leg, or a shortish leg, I suppose. Ben Compton is under that helmet there, and it's not too far away. He's 2 cut strips away from the batter. Finch, the wicketkeeper, Crawley at first slip, leaning at second, Mayeye at third, and now obligingly Daniel Bell-Drummond comes to fit in at 4th slip rather than at gully for Hamid. There's a point, cover, whitish mid on, that short leg, good ball as well from Michael Hogan once again, just like it kept its line, but almost managed to entice Hamid at playing at that one, went outside his off stump, didn't he?
Yeah, nice shape on that delivery. It just went across the right-hander. Hamid sparred at it. He'd be quite pleased he didn't get a touch on that one, but perhaps could have left it as well, but give the bowler some credit.
So Hogan turns at the Nackington Road end, tree lined as it still is. Runs in now to bowl to Hamid. Just plays that gently into the offside. It's fielded by Nijar at point, with no number on his back. One of 2 Kent debutants in this game. Not to have one of their own as well. So Nijar on loan from Essex. Here's Vendra Chahal, the leg spinner, Indian international, also on loan at Kent for the end of the season. Nottinghamshire with Asia Fernando, bowled very well in the first innings, the Sri Lankan. Quick bowler, straight back at the bowl, this one from Asib Hamid to Michael Hogan, and there's no run. Harry Finch just shucks off the wicket-keeping gloves to redo the lacing on his boots, number 72 on his shirt. And quite slight expectancy. I'm not quite sure what the atmosphere you'd suggest here, but certainly a quiet descending on the Spitfire Ground. So he goes for this one. It's uppish, but absolutely safe outside the off stump. And Hogan, perhaps just ruin going a little bit wide there. A lot of close fielders in there. Hamid able to cut that one to the boundary for 4 runs. So run and butcher there was uppish, but safe pretty much.
Yeah, wideish delivery just drew Hamid into an attempted drive. He could easily have nicked that, but fortunately for him, it was wide enough to get the outer half of the bat, but not in control of the shot.
So Hogan, last ball of the 3rd over. 11 for 1 Nottinghamshire, replied against 4 for 6. Inside part of the bat, play past the man at short leg. They'll come back for 2. Jahal throws the ball in to Finch, and that is 2 to end the over. 13 for 1 then. Not here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham, and 5 Live Sports Extra. 3 minutes to go until lunch, so I think this will be the last over of the morning session. Nathan Gilchrist will bowl it.
It's 13 for 1. Gilchrist will bowl his 2nd over of the innings, and as you said, probably the last one before the luncheon interval. Kent 13 for Notts 13 for 1. He replied to 446, and Mulaney on 5 will take strike with 3 slips. Just waiting for a thin or thick edge as Gilchrist is in now and bowls to Mulaney, and he's working this one out past square leg. He's going for 1. Should get 2 here. Yes, the fielder gets there. Slight misfield, but the return comes on its way. Mulaney gets 2. Score goes to 15. Mulaney now moves to 7. That ball just coming back into the right-handed batter who just played it past square leg. There's a forward. He's between square leg and mid wicket, so he had a lot of ground to cover. Gilchrist once more in and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Beats him outside the off stump, full length, and Mulaney looking to push through the offside. The ball moves off the seam, makes good height, and goes through to the keeper. And really, that was a very good delivery. Could have easily have nicked that, forced the batter into a fault shot. It's 15 for 1. Gilchrist in and bowls, and that's on the middle stump. Just turns him around somewhat, Mulaney, and it squirts off the outer half of the bat, goes to extra cover all on the ground, and there's no run. So good reply by Mulaney. 15 for 1, and Notts really will be hoping they can get to lunch without any further loss. They've had a good morning so far here at Canterbury, in and bowls, and just too wide. And on this occasion, Mulaney very thankful for that delivery, offers no shot. The ball goes to the keeper, keeping pretty low, but he tidies it up. No run. 15 for 1, and just 2 balls remaining in this second over for Gilchrist, and then the batter will be able to go and have some lunch, gather their thoughts, and think about the afternoon session as Gilchrist is in and bowls to Mulaney, and that's a good delivery, but it's also well played. Just slightly short of length, moving across and away from the right-handed batter. Mulaney shaping to play, and at the last minute just pulling the bat inside the line. Ball makes generous height off the pitch, goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. There's going to be a change in the field. Looks like mid-off has been moved. He's going to get the helmet and go to short leg. So extra cover comes a little bit straighter. He's just the one man in front of the wicket on the offside. Just an extra cover. There's no mid-off. A further change. Mid wicket comes out now and goes out to cover point, and there's a mid-on in place. As Gilchrist is in now and bowls, and that's met solidly defended up to mid-off, fielded there at mid-off. That was the final delivery of that over, the final delivery of the session, and a good session so far for Notts. Picked up those final 6 wickets. They've lost 1 wicket themselves, but I think they'd be quite pleased.
I'm just going to interrupt for an update for BBC Radio Kent. Beautifully summarised. Yes, indeed. 15 for 1 Nottinghamshire, Mike, as they started to bat against Kent. Kent took a wicket with the 3rd delivery. Michael Hogan, the Aussie, here at Kent, getting Slater to edge to second slip. Fine catch by Kent captain Jack Leading. So we were bemoaning, Mike, as you may remember, that Kent hadn't made enough runs perhaps from the start they had today at 387 for 4, being bowled out for 446, losing their last 4 wickets indeed for 4 runs, but then immediately taking a Nottinghamshire wicket. Really great for them to take that into the interval now. So 15 for 1 Nottinghamshire in reply to Kent's 446 here, all out at Canterbury. And they will resume after the luncheon interval with Hamid on 6, Mulaney on 7, and so too will our commentary via the BBC Sport website and app.